A professional media studies college in Chennai proudly offers visual communication for UG and PG courses with hands-on experience, from filmmaking, designing, audio recording, DI, animation and VFX. We offer actual career opportunity during your studies, but first you need to learn. We give hands-on access to the technologies and facilities, with an active film studios with fully acoustic environment, and fully equipped green studio. Mentoring students from concepts to creation, with our team of professionals, who sharpens your skills and guide your hand in and out of the classroom. SA College of Arts and Science is a most affordable college in terms of its infra and facilities. Towards the future, join us at SA College of Arts and Science, Chennai. A professional media studies college in Chennai proudly offers visual communication for UG and PG courses with hands-on experience, from filmmaking, designing, audio recording, DI, animation and VFX. We offer actual career opportunity during your studies, but first you need to learn. We give hands-on access to the technologies and facilities, with an active film studios with fully acoustic environment, and fully equipped green studio. Mentoring students from concepts to creation, with our team of professionals, who sharpens your skills and guide your hand in and out of the classroom. SA College of Arts and Science is a most affordable college in terms of its infra and facilities. Towards the future, join us at SA College of Arts and Science, Chennai.
அனுமதி தந்தார்கள். அவர்களுக்கு இந்த நேரத்தில் நன்றி தெரிவித்து, நாம் முதல் நாள் 3ஆம் அமர்விலே நம்முடைய இந்திய அரசின் கலை சொல்லாக்க ஆணையத்தின் தலைவரும் புதுடெல்லியிலே இருந்து சிங்கார சென்னைக்கு விரைந்திருக்கின்ற வானூர்தி வழியே நம்மை சந்திப்பதற்கு விரைந்திருக்கிற பேராசிரியர் கிரீஷ்நாத் ஜா அவர்களுடைய சிறப்புரை 3வது அமர்வு. ஆங்கிலத்திலே அவர் உரையாடினாலும் கூட அவருடைய உடல் மொழி அவருடைய ஆங்கிலத்தை நமக்கு அழகாக அறிமுகப்படுத்தி இருக்கிறது. தமிழ் மொழியிலே பாண்டித்தியம் பெற்றிருந்தாலும் கூட அவருடைய ஆங்கில மொழியும் கூட நமக்கு எளிமையாக புரிகின்ற வகையிலே அவருடைய எளிய ஆங்கிலம் நம் செவிகளுக்கும் சிந்தைக்கும் விருந்தாக அமையும். அவர்கள் வருகை தந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். 3வது அமர்வை தொடர்ந்து மொழியியல் பேராசிரியை, மதுரை காமராசர் பல்கலைக்கழகத்தின் சிறப்பு பேராசிரியராக இருந்து பணி ஓய்வு பெற்ற மொழிபெயர்ப்பியல், ஆங்கிலத்திலே லிங்குவிஸ்டிக்ஸ் என்று சொல்லுவோம், மொழியியல் பேராசிரியர், வேதியியல் சார்ந்த தொழில்நுட்ப கலை சொற்களை தமிழ் மயப்படுத்தியவர், தமிழ் மொழி புலமையாளர் அம்மா ரேணுகாதேவி அவர்களுடைய அமர்வும் இருக்கிறது என்பதை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றோம். இப்போது 3வது அமர்விற்கு நாம் நகர்கிறோம். இந்திய அரசினுடைய அறிவியல் தொழில்நுட்ப கலைச்சொல்லாக்க ஆணையத்தினுடைய தலைவர் பேராசிரியர் கிரிஸ்நாத் ஜா அவர்கள் 3வது அமர்விலே நமக்கு செய்திகளை வழங்க இருக்கிறார்கள். 3வது அமர்விற்கு நாம் அன்போடும் பண்போடும் சிறப்பு விருந்தினர் கிரிஸ்நாத் ஜா அவர்களை உங்கள் கரவொலிக்கு இடையே மேடைக்கு வருமாறு அன்போடு அழைக்கின்றோம். வருக ஐயா.
Hello. Thank you. Can you hear me? I can't hear myself. Okay. So I was supposed to go in the first session, in the inaugural session, but then I got delayed, and so was the session delayed, and then I thought I'll go very short in the inaugural session and then come long after the lunch, right? Everybody feeling good after a good lunch? Yes. Okay. Well, I'll not let you sleep. So I'll talk about. I hope my computer doesn't fall from here. I'll talk about what we do at CSTT. How many of you had heard about CSTT before? CSTT. How many of you heard about it before? Very few, right? C, Commission, S for Scientific and Technical Terminology. What does that mean on earth? Scientific and technical. No. So the terminologies for sciences, scientific, right, and technical. Technical terminology, any discipline, right? So even Tamil can have technical terminology. Even poetry can have technical terminology, right? So even philosophy, literature. So when the commission's name is technical, scientific and technical terminology, it means any terminology, and our goal is Hindi and other modern Indian languages. That means all Indian languages. So all terminologies in all Indian languages. Massive, massive goal, massive, massive mandate. सब लोग तमिल, सब लोग हिंदी, everybody understands English, right? So no problem. ठीक है. I know almost no Tamil. So vanakkam, and I learned another word. Thank you, Mandri. The namaskaram is pretty common, right? So whenever the Sanskrit words was popping in, I was able to understand, right? So Sanskrit and English words I could understand. Others just drew blank. But then I was able to read most of the PPTs using Google Lens. So technology is there. Technology can make things easier and can make things happen. So when we say Commission for Scientific and Technical Terminology, basically any terminology in any of Indian languages. Why does this commission needs to be there in Delhi and then be working? Because terminologies are being prepared by every language, right? Every language is in state list, and we have state academies. We have Commission for Tamil here. We have academies in other states. They do their job, making terminologies. But then, when we do terminologies, A, B, and C, there has to be a standard terminology. And that standard work has to be done by CSTT. CSTT has to make sure the terminologies for every subject are done in a standard way. So, for example, we have the term, say, selfie, for example, or email. What is email in Tamil? Minnanjal. Minnanjal, right? And email is email in Hindi. Isn't that good? No. And Marathi it is anudak, right? So we look at the terms that are available in India and we say what could be possibly the more generic term, which cuts across more languages. We call it pan-Indian terminology, Like the European nations, they had Greco-Latin as the basis for their terminology. What could be the basis for our terminology? We're going to have some common root. The grammarians and linguists, they do this exercise. They look at diverse sets of data, come across common. It's called, lemmatizing. Common stemming, which runs through all the words. So Panini did that a long time ago, and linguists do that every day. That's a common exercise. So when this commission was set up, idea was to look at the terms available and come up with standard terminology. And if terms are not there, create a term. In creating term, the recourse was Sanskrit root first, primarily. If not, then other languages also. So what we do, we have our website, and we have our Twitter account and YouTube channel, etc., etc. And these are our chairman. Dalla Singh Kothari was the first, and I am currently 24th chairman. And we are trying to, we are in the, how many years? 62nd year? 62 completed. 62 completed. We are already senior citizen, right? Good. So what we have done? We have done 3 million headwords. When I say 3 million headwords, I mean, for example, a dictionary of administration, which has 5,000 headwords of English. That has 22 languages equivalents. So that will be counted 22 times. So this way we have come across 3 million English headwords in 22 Indian languages, right? And earlier we did not know this count because we were not digital. We were only analog. So now we are digital. I'll tell you how we are digital, and then we have started counting things up. When you start counting things up, we get the actual number. So we have 350 plus dictionaries printed and about 72 in pipeline actually. And then we have almost 19 lakhs, 1.9 million, I would say, digitized so far. More than 19 lakh actually. There are PPTs in Hindi, so you can turn your Google Lens on and get it in Tamil. As I was able to get Tamil into Hindi, you can also just do Google Lens and technology. This is on technology. This seminar is on technology, right? Technology for everyday life. How can technology make things happen? So we have, we do Vigyan, Samaj Shastra, science and humanities, social sciences, Vidhi, Chikitsa, Pradyogiki, Prashashan, all areas of knowledge domains. And we do Vaigyanik and Takniki Shabdavali, scientific and technical terminology. And we also do definitional dictionaries. I'll tell you what definitional dictionaries are. And then we do glossaries and encyclopedias. So we had our 14 Siddhant, now they have been simplified into 11 Siddhant. So 11, the cricket team, no extra, no 12th man. 14 have been simplified into 11. So we have 11 principles of dictionary making for CSTT, and we had an eminent committee which met in Bhubaneswar and simplified those 14 principles into 11 principles, right? Removing the script related issues and then keeping only the lexicography issues. Simplicity, precision of meaning, and easy intelligibility. These are buzzwords, but then not always adhered to because of the standard procedures that we have to follow, sometimes. And adhikadhik ekrupta, commonality across languages. Commonality across languages. And what do we do? Well, please do not think that I am kind of taking a revenge for Tamil PPTs versus Hindi PPTs, right? We have Hindi PPTs all the time, right? Wherever I go, I show it in Hindi, I speak in Tamil, I speak in English. I wish I could speak in Tamil. So what do we do? Dictionaries, encyclopedias, definitional dictionaries. Yeah, one more important thing. We have our textbook boards in every state. Do that prachar prasar, and this is why we have come here. The goal was to make sure you know CSTT, and now you know CSTT, right? So prachar and prasar, we are reaching out to you. So what is our prakriya? What is our process? Prakriya is process. And Hindi derives a lot of Sanskrit vocabulary, and so does Lithuanian. Lithuanian is a European language. We say ko tvam asi. In Sanskrit, Lithuanian is ko tu asi. This is Lithuanian, ko tu asi. Ko tu asi Lithuanian, kaha tvam asi Sanskrit. So a lot of European languages and Indian languages derive vocabulary from Sanskrit, so that's an advantage for us to arrive at what is called pan-Indian terminology. That really helps. Now, what do? We first create a term selection committee in English language, because most of the words, new words appear in English language. So we have a committee to select English terms. We call it Technical Term Selection Committee. And then we get that translated into each language by Expert Advisory Committee, EAC. And for EAC, when I travel to each of these seminar situations like here, I'm silently keeping notes of the scholars who could possibly help us. I've made some notes from the presentations we had in the morning, and I'll be making some more notes. So what happens, we then constitute a committee, the committee of scholars who can actually translate these English terms in their language. And then that way we kind of come up with what is called standard dictionary in each language. And this is the committee. We have a subject expert. For example, suppose we want to do legal terminology in Tamil. And you have a legal terminology, so we'll take experts who created those terminologies. We'll bring them over. We look at your dictionary also. And then we put them together and we create a dictionary for Tamil. So we have subject expert, And language expert, Tamil expert, I will have Sanskrit expert and a linguistics expert. While linguistics expert, a Tamil expert may not be a linguistics expert, right? So person who has a degree, ideally a person who has a degree in linguistics with Tamil as a mother language, mother tongue. So Tamil mother tongue, linguistics degree will be ideal for us, right? And if there's a Sanskritist, all three in one, he's the best candidate for us. Right? So Sanskritist, whose mother tongue is Tamil, and he has a degree in linguistics. That'll be another advantage for us. Anyway, so this is how we constitute a committee, and then with each committee, I also add a research student now. A research student, PhD student, or who has been a student recently. We put him together in the committee, and he does all the typing work and also participates in the dictionary making process. And our schemes, we do English to Hindi and then English to other languages of India. And then we do bilingual dictionary, trilingual dictionary. We do what is called the Shiksharthi. What is the meaning of the word Shiksharthi? Anybody? Shiksharthi. Like Vidyarthi, student? What is Shiksharthi? That's a word created by CSTT to mean, Shiksharthi means for school students. A Vidyarthi for, I don't know, this is very arbitrary. But then our Shiksharthi Kosh is Kosh for students, school students. 1 to 5, 6 to 10, 11 to 12. 3 levels, right? Because Shiksharthi Kosh. I have difficulty understanding this word for school education, Shiksharthi Kosh. And then we also do, very important, Vibhagiya Shabdavali. What is Vibhaga? Department, right? And the Shabdavali glossary for department. For example, there is the HAL, Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, ISRO. And all these people also need Indian language terminology. And we create terminology for them in their collaboration, and then we print them jointly. So if there's some department here which wants to have a terminology in Tamil, they can write to us. We'll create a committee. There'll be our funding, and we create terminology for you. This is what happens, and we stamp. Because only CSTT terminology is official as per Supreme Court. So if you are translate, for example, there is an entrance examination in Tamil Nadu, and you translate using non-official terminology, and there is a dispute in the court, and there'll be a problem. Because CSTT vocabulary only is official vocabulary as per the government thing. Now these are our yojana schemes, etc. When we do Prachar Prasar, we go to students, teachers, scientists, and officers. And in Prachar Prasar, we are basically trying to reach out to entire nation, and we have covered large parts of India. By March, we are going to complete the entire picture in blue, so all over the country we would have visited by March so far. And so far, we have 350 plus dictionaries. This is 194. This is old data. This is 237 actually. Now have been digitized. These are our stats for Indian languages. Hindi is the most dictionaries, and then Oriya, etc. And we have how many? 6 or 7 for Tamil digitized. These are the dictionaries that are on floor basically. So we have 71 dictionaries being prepared. Let me see if you have something for Tamil that we are doing here. Mercy, Tamil के लिए है इसमें जो हम लोग कर रहे हैं. 63. Rasayan, chemistry and Tribhasha, Angrezi, Hindi, Tamil. Engineering. And also 60 Bhautiki Shabdavali. No, even 66. Rajniti Vigyan. So political science, physics, engineering, chemistry, these 4 dictionaries are being created for Tamil at this moment. And I'm sure they'll be done in a few months' time, I believe. Chemistry is complete. I'll show that. When a dictionary gets completed, the file is sent to me, and I make it available online, searchable. So this is our Shiksharthi course, and we do call the primary level, secondary level, and the tertiary level. And then we have our journals, Vigyan Garima Sindhu, which is for publishing science-related material in Indian languages. So far we were doing only in Hindi. Now I'm going to do it in Indian languages, Hindi plus other languages. So these are UGC CARE listed journals, Vigyan Garima Sindhu. This is our expert advisory committee. This is for Gyan Garima Sindhu for humanities and social science. These are UGC CARE listed. Binodini is doing Gyan Garima Sindhu, right? And we have our collaborations. We recently signed an agreement with IIT Bombay in leveraging AI for bootstrapping the dictionary process. If you go creating dictionary for every language ab initio is going to take ever. So we want to speed up the process by predicting the target language word in language A, B, or C. For example, there is an English and Hindi dictionary, and Hindi dictionary has used the Sanskrit root for most of the words. So we can take the Sanskrit root and check it in Panini database, and then feed the machine target language properties, and then we can predict the target language word. And so far the accuracy is 50%, something like that. Then we have Sanskrit Promotion Foundation. They have a vast network in India, and we are leveraging their network or networking capacity to actually reach out to people. AICTE is having its Anuvadini machine translation. They use our dictionary in training these systems. CIL is actually helping us in getting things typed. Now, this is what we do. We have set up three committees actually. One is the OCR, Optical Character Recognition Committee, and we have a lot of dictionaries which are only in the print or in handwritten form. There is no digital file. They were never typed, or if typed, the files were lost. So now we convert those dictionaries using OCR to electronic file, and then we make it searchable. So this initiative is for that. And then we have what is called our Paribhasha, because we have definitional dictionaries only in Hindi. So for example, definitional dictionary of engineering. We'll have English, Hindi, and the definition. So Hindi students benefit from it, but other students don't benefit. So we have started translating those into other languages. We recently had a meeting in Kuppam, Dravidian University, where experts from 4 languages came together to finalize the translation of our definition dictionary of political science in 4 languages. We got that machine translated first, and then we got it vetted by the experts into what is called the definition dictionary in 4 Dravidian languages. And that will be Tamil also, right? So we should have political science dictionary very soon in Tamil, definition dictionary of political science. And then similarly, the handwritten documents, we have many dictionaries done in hand, and they were never typed. So now we are getting that converted into electronic text. Among the things which are coming up, we will have our website opening up in 22 languages. So if you open our website, CSTT.education.gov.in, that should by default open in Tamil from here, and then you can switch to other language. And then our dictionaries will be sold online with a shopping cart. It's in a quite advanced stage at this point. And then we have a Shabda Shala scheme coming up very soon. What that means, in the dictionary creation process, your involvement directly. So currently we have committees which are actually creating dictionaries for every subject in every language. Now we want to throw the words to you, and you can basically translate words in your language directly on the website. When you translate words in your language, then we take those words and we set up a committee which will look at it and quickly decide whether these words are to be taken or not. So that will be the process, to speed up the process, and also to make sure we are able to translate English words in simultaneously all Indian languages together. Earlier they used to do it Hindi first, and then they would do it in other languages, and there was an imbalance. And then there is what is called the search prakriya of our dictionary. We'll talk about that later on. And so we are signing agreements with different stakeholders, so that we can help each other, and we can also set up strongholds of dictionary creation in India, and we can quickly reach out to them. For example, we do an agreement, say for example, with a university which is quite expert in that area, and then we just come to that university, they set up meetings and quickly do dictionary creation. We also want to do international collaboration. I'm already in touch with these people. I have worked with some of them, and we can quickly sign agreements with them to benefit from their best experiences, like European Language Resource Association and LDC, and or they can benefit from our expertise, something like that. Similarly, the Asia Lex in the Singapore area. Now, internally, our processes were basically files, physical files, and we are converting them to digital files in the e-office mode. We will be e-office mode and e-HRMS mode, going there very soon. And then in the Prachar Prasar, we have our Shabd Education Gov in. This domain has been given to us, and we are, I've been telling in every meeting that we'll be going live in a week's time, but some hiccups are there, and I am the only programmer CSTT has right now. So when the security company sends me some feedback, किसको ऐसे करो ये security hole ये this and that, so I have to fix, I have to run the patch and do all that. So I sent them a patch 2 days back, I guess, and then they'll let us know if they can certify it. After they certify, the security thing, then we go live. Everything else is ready and is waiting to go live. Once we go live, then all the terminology will be available to you. So let me quickly talk about our digital initiatives in detail. So this is Startup initiative, and we also do what is called lexicography research with students, and we'll be having interns, basically research students from linguistics as interns, and they will be helping us in doing research, for those languages for which we have not done any dictionary. For example, Tudu here, and Khasi, Nagamese, Ladakhi, these languages which are important, but they are not scheduled yet. So we should be doing dictionaries for them also, and for that our interns will help us in doing the necessary research. And then before talking about our Tamil glossaries, let me quickly tell you what already exists for Tamil. So there's a Tamil Pillai, this dictionary, and it's searchable. I haven't personally checked it, but looks like a lot of work done in these areas. Arts and humanities, etc. We'll have to look at it. Idea is that if they write to us, we can set up a committee to formalize these dictionaries into official dictionary. And then Valai Tamil this Tamil dictionary, PHP, some dictionaries are there also. And then Tamil Digital Library has dictionaries. And then I can't read anything on this page. Maybe University of Madras dictionaries. So English Tamil here, and I was looking at the Tamil keyboard that they have, very simple. And then we have another dictionary project with the Raj Bhasha called Hindi Shabd Sindhu, and we are making sure we have every language keyboard over there. So I'll look at the Tamil keyboard here and make it, because when we map Devanagari to Tamil, there's a lot of gaps, lot of gaps. So what to do with those gaps? We have to, this keyboard will be an answer. And this page has the dictionaries from outside and also CSTT, and I'll show you what our CSTT dictionary at the bottom they mean. So this is our CSTT dictionary, and for Tamil it shows 5. I'll log in quickly and show you that subsequently. So this is our Rasayan Shastra dictionary that Mercy has done, and now I will quickly go to my demo part, and let me start the. I hope my demo works, because this is our dictionary. So when you this is localhost currently, localhost course. It will be shabda.education.gov.in. In a week's time, at the most, I think now. I've been talking about in a week's time everywhere, and then when I get back, well, a week has passed and still the dictionary is not live. So so what we have? See, we have by language. By English is the since source word, so all dictionaries are in English basically. Then we have sub-dictionaries with Sanskrit as the root, and then Hindi, Assamese, Bangla, and we say Tamil. We have 6 only at this point. So when I search any word, say for example I search administration, And then you get words for this word, in all Indian languages, and then you can choose. So what exactly administration means in Hindi, because Devanagari is the script for 10 languages, so you see a lot of Devanagari here, but there are other scripts also. You can see what we have for Tamil here, and I'm translating that into Devanagari. So I can barely read it. My translator is not. Let me check here. So Tamil dictionary. So we have administration. If I do transliteration, I can also read. Atanchi. What is the word in Tamil script? Number 2, this is correct? If not, you can give feedback. So this is not correct, I don't like, so I write the feedback here. And save it, and it goes to the project officer who is in charge of the dictionary. For example, I say, oh, this is not good, I want only this part. I say, okay, this is the dictionary. I just write it here. I say Girish Jha, and I give my email ID. Right now, this is all on my computer, right? And it gets saved, and then I can, go back, and admin can log in. Admin can log in, and then it can see what are the feedback that has been received for a dictionary. Each dictionary is assigned to an administrator in my institute, in my commission, which I like. All the chemistry dictionaries will be assigned to Mercy, or the management, mass communication stuff will be assigned to Binodini. So when they log in, they see their dictionaries and the feedback that they have received. Then they can download the feedback and give it to the committee. That this is the dictionary done by these experts, and this is the feedback received from Janta. So what to do? If feedback is good, incorporate it. When they incorporate, the dictionary gets updated. When it is updated, it backs up. It backs up the old file and then puts the new file. So this is how the process is going to work. Now, if I show you subject-wise, then I'll show you. So if you see humanities, social sciences, sciences, medicine, engineering. So do we have the Tamil dictionary engineering here? Let me see. I can click on any dictionary. So this is Rog Nidan, clinical diagnostics, pathology. We have dictionaries in very nuanced areas. This is our printed dictionary and assigned to so there is some error here, looks like. Okay. No results shown. Or I recently changed my computer. So that's okay. So for example, this is what dictionary? Jaiv Pradyogiki, biotechnology. So if you see biotechnology, then this is okay, home page. I've disabled going back. Now if let me the medical dictionary of Tamil. Now medical, so if I give the word medical, I get so many words, and see what is the word here. Is this good enough? Let me see. What is? I want to read myself in Devanagari. Maruttantavachang. Is that good enough? The word? And do you feel any word is not good? Any translation? Profession, medical profession, medical practitioner, officer, medical officer, medical ethics, chikitsachar. Okay. If you go to other dictionary of Tamil, I've disabled the going back for security reasons. So let me go to chemistry, botany. Chemistry done recently, right? It's like Bhaumiki, earth sciences. What is the word for earth sciences? Tamil? Puvi Avilial. Arivial. Paurana Aruvial. Okay. Bhumi Aruvial. Earth science, Bhumi Aruvial. Material sciences is Poru, Poruva, Porula, Porul, Aruvial. Again, okay, good. So this is how I can. And then let me go to more Tamil dictionaries so that we can wait. So once this goes live, you can please give us, so English and the botany. Aruvial. This is Aruvial Vanaspati Vigyan. So you have combined here, Aruvial. Taravial, Taravial, Tavaravial, Tavaravial, Tavaravial. So Tavaravial is Vanaspati Vigyan, right? Botany. Tavar Pavilion. Okay. So, and then if you go by, say, let me go to subjects again and then do a dictionary Kannada. So I can't read any of it, so I'll just click here and then get back the Devanagari one. So see, at least I can read. Now see, most of the word engine is, what is the word for engine in Tamil? Engine. Engine or pudi? Yantram. That's better. Yantra is better. See, yantra is better. But engine, using engine, you are not creating anything. It's an easy option. English is easy. Okay, engine. Why you put engine? Why Noka? Andrew will stay in stroke. What is stroke? Stroke engine? Stroke engine. Do we have Tamil engineering dictionary? What is the status currently? Tamil engineering dictionary? Not complete. Stroke. What is that word? Don't remember. So stroke engine, 4-stroke, 3-stroke, so there will be different word. Not the hard stroke, right? So it has to be a different word. Anyway, so this is how, and I will want to quickly show you my our definitional dictionary here. So if I go to definition dictionary, so I see these, say for example, archaeology. So what we do, basically we define a term in English and Hindi and then give a definition so that students have better understanding of the technical term. And then similarly we have bilingual, multilingual, departmental glossary, so you can see space engineering, let's say space, comprehensive space dictionary. This is for ISRO that we did. So aerospace, so Vantariksh, etc. So all these dictionaries have to be done in Tamil. All these dictionaries. Please, if you are experts of any of the discipline and you think you can help us doing it, please send email to PA to Chairman CSTT. PA to Chairman CSTT @gmail.com. What happens next? We basically create a committee and we give this dictionary to you to translate in that language. And we set up a committee, obviously, a committee of experts. And then we do a meeting either in Delhi or here or wherever is convenient, whatever is cost effective, and then we get that done. And that will be official dictionary of CSTT. So let me quickly finish it. Yes. So with that, I end my presentation. I would be happy to take any question if you have, and we'll certainly expect emails from you to PA to Chairman CSTT @gmail.com. What that means, we do onboarding. Basically, we look at your expertise, and you also send your biodata, and then we'll basically go from there. Right? Thank you so much. Any question? Anybody has a question? Question is prashnam. What is question? Kelvi. And how do you ask? Kelvi Gelangan. Kelvi? Question mark? Yeah, we do. See, in the Shabdashala project, I did not show you the details of it. So if you contribute a word, and that word gets selected by our committee, you get a certificate. Yeah. So certificate from the Government of India is a valuable certificate. So we are going online very soon. I mean, I have to basically, when we propose a scheme, we have to present it at various levels. I have one more presentation on 25th. Yeah, and if you can also add it to you as an expert pool. For our experts, you have to have a master's degree, preferably research degree, and have some experience in the dictionary making. And then you get we need a lot of experts. You can imagine the kind of work we have.
Sir, any disputes like feedbacks would be visible to the
Yeah. See, now this dictionary, you click a feedback button, you add the feedback. The feedback is received by our project officer. That's a good idea. The feedback received by these people. They start fighting. Someone says, oh, they can have a chat board. Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's make a note. So, if you want to make it good, Yuddha Sthal. So, we let people fight, that with this feedback. But then our committee will decide which feedback is good, which feedback is worth considering. Lot of mistakes are there in the typing of the dictionary. The Vartani part, the spelling part, because nobody read our dictionary so far, because it's our printed dictionary. See, our science dictionary is 143,000 words. Our humanities dictionary, social science is 85,000 words. Medical dictionary is 60,000 words. Engineering, 50,000. Nobody will possibly be able to read in all the dictionaries. But with this, you can read all the dictionary. And they can search, and the translators, the people who want to convert all the textbooks in 22 languages, translators will need this. In NTA, they have to find words in our dictionaries. So if this is there, it will be useful to them. So at the most 1 week. Please remember shabda.education.gov.in. I've been saying 1 week in all the conferences. Yeah. Mike.
So I feel how to get this dictionary for research purpose in computational linguistics, making machine translation systems.
Very good question. See, data sharing, we know in the NLP AI community, data sharing is the basic problem that the whole community suffers from. We have this ILCI, huge corpora of Indian language, even Tamil. We have 100,000 Hindi sentences translated in Tamil. But we can't give it to anyone. There were a lot of processes that happened in ministry. Finally, we agreed to put data on CDAX server, and they'll be monetized. But JNU refused to sign. JNU said, no, you are the PI, you sign it. I said, how can I sign? You have to give permission to me sign the agreement. And CDAX said they will take the 10%, 90% goes to JNU, then JNU will 90% will distribute among. A lot of these complications are there, and finally that data did not go online. Now, for our dictionary, it is public money, and personally I think it should be publicly available. They are already available in PDF form. You can download them in the dictionary. But what will be important is the data form. If you are able to download the entire text file, the data file, or in XML format, then you can easily retrain your systems. Like the AICT is retraining their machine translation systems with our dictionary. Right. So these agreements can be done. Bhashini has sent me a request. Bhashini, so I'll be responding to that, and we can do an agreement with them and give all our dictionaries to them.
So we can also take it from you then?
We have to do an agreement. So just send a request. Bhashini, if I can do with Bhashini, then everybody can get it from Bhashini. Yeah. Bhashini, I have his number, and I got an email also from them to give the dictionary. So these are official dictionaries, and if you retain your systems, they become more effective in machine translation in a particular domain. For example, I have say Google's machine translation trained model. I take it, do 50 copies. 1 copy for chemistry, I retain with chemistry dictionary, physics retain with dictionary. You see what? So I have 50 empty systems, each for each domain only. More effective. That's what I want to do actually. Let us see how that goes.
Sir, actually, we have done the glossary work, trilingual glossary work for chemistry. More than 3,600 we have done. But we have already in Tamil University, and that word and this words are same or not, how to find out, sir?
So you have to basically send a request to PA to Chairman CSTT, or else set up create a committee. The committee will look at your dictionary and our dictionary and make sure that both are, kind of.
That in all the other states also.
Yeah. The people are sending us requests. We do that. Yeah. So for the Tamil dictionaries, I'm not getting email. My friends, they tell me, we have done a lot of work. They send me the URL. I checked it also. One fantastic work. But you have to send me an email. This is what has been done. Please make it official. So what we will do,
Yes, we will do. Thank you.
Yeah.
I am Dr. Jayachandran from Anna University. Actually, I have been doing this AICT translation project, and I am a reviewer for one of the Tamil books like disaster management and water management. So besides that project, can we do it in this also? Can
Yes.
I?
Why not? I mean, see, AICT, we have an agreement with them, and then we have given our dictionaries to them, and they are supposed to retrain. The only problem is AICT is using, I should not say it officially, but perhaps some third-party engine to translate. They are not training themselves, and they don't know how to train machine translation. They are not a machine translation community, very clear, right? So even if I give my dictionaries to them, how would they train?
Okay.
If they use Collab or some crowd model, the dictionaries will go to Bing, Microsoft, Google, who knows what. So that is a problem. So far looks like they are not training their MT system on Vadani with our dictionaries. And that is the problem. So what needs to happen that they need to have a dev server also. They only have asked for a hosting server. A dev server will be GPU based server, and there they can train. They need to have in their team people experts in machine learning. They can retrain the systems. And then that trained model gets hosted on the host server. That ecosystem is not there as yet. So now Anvadni has become a, I think, non-profit company. Now they can do it that way. I'm hoping that they will do it faster that way.
Sure, sir. I will send a mail to you. Thank you.
No question. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for bringing the contributions of the Commission to the light. We are clear about its goal, procedure, projects, collaborations, and its accessibility. Thank you, sir. And our next session will dwell on the topic மொழிபெயர்ப்பு கருவிகள் மற்றும் கலைச்சொல்லாக்கம். The speaker is Professor Renuka Devi. I request our director ma'am to felicitate our speaker.
காமராசர் பல்கலைக்கழகத்தினுடைய மொழியியல் துறை தலைவராக பணியாற்றிய பெரும் பேராசிரியர் அம்மா ரேணுகா தேவி அவர்களுக்கு எம் கல்லூரியின் இயக்குனர் அம்மா அவர்கள் பொன்னாடை அணிவித்து நினைவு பரிசினை வழங்கி மகிழ்கின்றார்கள். அனைவரும் கரவொலி எழுப்பி நம்முடைய வாழ்த்தையும் மகிழ்ச்சியையும் தெரிவிக்குமாறு கேட்டுக்கொள்கின்றோம்.
Let me introduce the speaker, Professor Renuka Devi, former head, Department of Linguistics, former chairperson, School of Linguistics and Communication, Madurai Kamaraj University. Dr. Renuka Devi is a distinguished academic with over 33 years of professional experience. Dr. Devi's academic contributions are extensive, including the publication of 10 books and editing 5 others. She has been recognized with 13 awards for her outstanding work. In the realm of research, Dr. Renuka Devi has published 25 papers at the international level and 91 at the state level. Furthermore, she has actively participated in over 200 conferences and seminars. Dr. Devi has organized 5 international conferences and 26 national events. She has also facilitated 42 sessions as a resource person. Overall, ma'am is a multifaceted contribution encompasses teaching, research, and organization roles, establishing her as a respected figure in the field of linguistics. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon to everybody. In the outset, I wish to thank Professor Grishnath Sai, a long-time friend and a known figure for me, and Mercy, Vinodini, dear friends Sai Satya, the Principal Malini, and my friend Shobha, and all other participants. I wish to thank you all for giving me this opportunity to meet you and say some thoughts about the translation tools and technical terms. My lecture is in Tamil because most of the participants are well known to Tamil. So the time given for me is only 20 minutes, so I will dress up with things. இன்றைய தொழில்நுட்பம் ஒரு பக்கமாக வளர்ந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. உலகமயமாக்கல் அது வேற போயிட்டே இருக்குது. இந்த இரண்டும் ஒன்று சேரும் பொழுது நிறைய கண்டுபிடிப்புகள் நமக்கு வந்து கொண்டே இருக்கின்றன. மருத்துவம் சார்ந்து, ஊர்திகள் சார்ந்து, அப்படி நிறைய வந்துக்கிட்டே இருக்குது. அப்போ என்ன செய்யணும்னு சொன்னால், அன்றைக்கு நம்மளுக்கு அது மொழிபெயர்ப்பு செய்து நம்மளுக்கு கிடைக்க வேண்டிய ஒரு அத்தியாவசியம். உலகம் சுருங்கி விட்டது, அது தொழில்நுட்பம் உயர்ந்திருக்கின்றது. அதே போன்று அதற்கான மொழிபெயர்ப்புகளை நாம் நம்மளுடைய தாய்மொழியிலே பெற வேண்டும் என்ற ஆசை இருக்கின்றது. அப்பொழுதுதான் உலகத்தோடு நாம் சேர்ந்து ஓட முடியும் என்ற காரணத்தினால் அந்த மொழிபெயர்ப்புகளை நாம் செய்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றோம். அண்மையில் இங்கே முதலீட்டாளர் மாநாடு ஒன்று இங்கே நடந்தது. அதில் ஒரு வசதி செய்து கொடுத்துருந்தாங்க அப்படின்ட்டு நம்ம கேள்விப்பட்டோம். நான் பார்க்கல, ஆனால் செய்தித்தாள்களில் வந்திருந்தது. அவரவர் விரும்புகின்ற மொழியிலே அவர்கள் அதை கேட்கக்கூடிய வசதியை அங்கு செய்து கொடுத்துருந்தார்கள். பல நாட்டிலேருந்து வந்திருந்தாங்க. அவர்கள் எல்லோரும் அவர்களுடைய தாய்மொழியிலே கேட்கும்படியாக மொழிபெயர்ப்புகளை செய்து கொடுத்திருந்தார்கள் என்று நாளிதழ்கள் சொல்லின. அதன் அடிப்படையை பார்த்தோம்னு சொன்னா, அவ்வளவு வேகமாக ஒரு மொழிபெயர்ப்பினை செய்வதற்கு எது நமக்கு உதவுகின்றது என்று சொன்னால் இந்த மொழிபெயர்ப்புகள் கருவிகள் தான். ஏனென்றால் மனிதன் ஒரு மொழிபெயர்ப்பை செய்யும் பொழுது கொஞ்சம் நேரம் ஆகும். எது பெட்டர் அப்படின்னு பார்த்தோன்னு சொன்னோன்னா மனித மொழிபெயர்ப்பு தான். இருந்த போதிலும் கூட மிக வேகமாக ஒரு மொழிபெயர்ப்பினை செய்ய வேண்டும் என்று சொன்னால் அதற்கு இயந்திரங்கள் நம்மளுக்கு பயன்படுகின்றன. அதற்கு நம்மளுக்கு ஃப்ரீயாக கிடைக்கிற சுதந்திரம், காசு இல்லாமல் கிடைக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு 12 மொழிபெயர்ப்பு கருவிகள். அந்த மொழிபெயர்ப்பு ஏன் அதை பற்றி சொல்லணும்னு நினச்சேன்னா, நாம் தேடிக்கிட்டோம் கூகுள் டிரான்ஸ்லேட் மட்டும்தான் நம்மளுக்கு பழக்கமாக இருக்குது. அதை விட்டால் கொஞ்சம் மைக்ரோசாஃப்ட் டிரான்ஸ்லேட்டுக்கு போவோம். ஆனால் அதை தவிர ஏறக்குறைய ஒரு 30-40 அது டிரான்ஸ்லேஷன் டூல்ஸ் இருக்குது, பயன்பாட்டில் இருக்குது. அதில் ஒரு 12 டூல்ஸ் மட்டும், கருவிகளை மட்டும் நான் உங்களுக்கு பேர் மட்டும் சொல்கிறேன். ஏன்னா இங்கே நான் விவரிக்கக்கூடிய அது என்ன ஏதுன்னு விவரிக்கக்கூடிய வாய்ப்பு எனக்கு கிடைக்க நேரம் ஆகும். அதுக்கு அடுத்து கலைச்சொல்லாக்கத்துக்கு போகணுங்கிறதுனால முதல்ல அந்த டிரான்ஸ்லேட்டிங் டூல்ஸ் என்னென்ன இருக்குது அப்படிங்கிறது மட்டும். ஃபஸ்ட்டு டூல் இது ஆப். இதனுடைய சிறப்பு அதில் இருக்கங்களா, இந்த பவர் பாயிண்ட் உங்களுக்கு இங்கே இருக்குது, வேணுங்கிறவங்களும் வாங்கிக்கலாம். அதனுடைய சிறப்பு அம்சம் என்னென்னா, தானே இயங்கக்கூடிய ஒரு அமைப்பு உள்ளது. ஆர்டிஃபிஷியல் இன்டெலிஜென்ஸ் என்று சொல்கிற செயற்கை நுண்ணறிவினால் இயங்கக்கூடிய மொழிபெயர்ப்பு கருவி பவர் பாயிண்ட். நம்ம பவர் பாயிண்ட் இங்கிலீஷில் போட்டுட்டு அது தமிழில் வேணும்னு சொன்னான்னா இந்த ஆப்பில் மாற்றிக்கலாம். அதே மாதிரி ஆர்டிஃபிஷியல் இன்டெலிஜென்ஸ் பாடத்திட்டத்தை உருவாக்குதல். அது ஒரு எப்படி மொழிபெயர்ப்பு செய்கிறது அப்படிங்கிறத ஒரு பாடத்திட்டத்தை செயற்கை நுண்ணறிவின் அதனுடைய உதவி கொண்டு அது செய்கின்றது. நெக்ஸ்ட் ரெண்டாவது வேர்ட் வைஸ் ஆர்டிஃபிஷியல் இன்டெலிஜென்ட் அப்படிங்கிறது. இதனுடைய சிறப்பம்சம் என்னென்னா, சிறந்த மொழிபெயர்ப்பு தரம் அப்படின்னு சொல்கிறாங்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் ஊடால வந்து அட்வர்டைஸ்மெண்ட் வராது. தெர் இஸ் நோ அட்வர்டைஸ்மெண்ட் பிட்வீன் த ட்ரான்ஸ்லேஷன். ஆன்லைன் அணுகல். இப்போ ஆன்லைனில் நம்ம பண்ணிகிட்டு இருக்கோம் அப்படின்னு சொன்னான்னா அது உடனடியாக இப்போ பண்ணும்போது எனக்கு நம்ம ஒரு வார்த்தைக்கு தெரியல, ஒரு வாக்கியத்துக்கு தெரியலன்னு சொன்னான்னா உடனடியாக நம்ம வந்து வேர்ட் வைஸ் ஏஐயை பார்த்தோன்னு சொன்னோன்னா நம்மளுக்கு கிடைக்கும். தேர்ட் ஒன் கிக்ஸ் ட்ரான்ஸ்லேட் அப்படிங்கிறது இதனுடைய முக்கிய அம்சம் என்னன்னு சொன்னான்னா, இப்போ கேள்விப்பட்டிருப்பீங்க ChatGPT அப்படிங்கிறது. அதில் யாருடைய பெயரையோ யாரையும் பற்றி தகவல் வேணும்னு சொன்னான்னா அதை அப்படியே கொடுக்கும். அந்த ChatGPTயை தரவமாக வச்சுக்கிட்டு இந்த டிரான்ஸ்லேட் ஒர்க் பண்ணுறது. அது 100க்கும் மேற்பட்ட மொழிகளில் கிடைக்கின்றது. தனி பயனாக்கக்கூடிய மொழிபெயர்ப்பு. ஆனால் அது 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 இண்டிவிஜுவலாக அந்த டிரான்ஸ்லேட் பண்ணக்கூடிய ஒரு கெப்பாசிட்டி இருக்குது. சூழல் விழிப்புணர்வு மொழிபெயர்ப்பு இது முக்கியம். ஏன்னா காலையிலேயே நிறைய சொற்கள் சொல்லிகிட்டு இருந்தாங்க. ஒரு சொல் ஒரு இடத்துல வரும்போது ஒரு பொருளையும், இன்னொரு சொல் இன்னொரு இடத்துல வரும்போது வேற ஒரு பொருளையும் தரும். அப்போ அந்த கான்டெக்ட் பற்றி நம்ம வந்து பயன்படுத்தினா அது அது அந்த இதுக்கு வந்து இது ஏற்ற இது அப்படின்னு சொல்கிறாங்க. நெக்ஸ்ட் கூகுள் டிரான்ஸ்லேட். இதை நம்மளில் பெரும்பாலானவர்கள் உபயோகப்படுத்தக்கூடிய ஒரு மொழிபெயர்ப்பு கருவிங்கிறது கூகுள் டிரான்ஸ்லேட்லாம். நம்மளுக்கு ஏதாவது ஒரு வார்த்தை வேணும், இல்லை ஒரு வாக்கியத்தை மொழிபெயர்க்கணும்னு சொன்னான்னா உடனே கூகுள் டிரான்ஸ்லேட்டில் போய் தான் பார்க்குறோம். அதனுடைய சிறப்பு அம்சங்கள் இது வந்து சிறந்த 100க்கும் மேற்பட்ட மொழிகளில் இருக்குது. அது ஆவண மொழிபெயர்ப்பாளர்னு சொல்லுது. அவனை முழு டெக்ஸ்ட்டையும் அதில் கொடுத்துட்டோம்னு சொன்னான்னா மொழிபெயர்ப்பு செய்து நம்மளுக்கு கொடுக்கக்கூடியது அந்த கூகுள் டிரான்ஸ்லேட். அடுத்து வந்து மைக்ரோசாஃப்ட்டு. இதுவும் வந்து கூகுள் டிரான்ஸ்லேட்டுக்கு அப்புறம் மக்கள் பெரும்பாலும் பயன்படுத்தக்கூடியது இந்த மைக்ரோசாஃப்ட் டிரான்ஸ்லேட் தான். அதனுடைய சிறப்பு அம்சம் வந்து உரை மற்றும் பேச்சு மொழிபெயர்ப்பு. நம்ம பேசினா கூட அதை வந்து மொழிபெயர்ப்பு செய்கிறது, டெக்ஸ்ட்டையும் மொழிபெயர்ப்பு செய்து கொடுக்கின்றது. கூட்டு மொழிபெயர்ப்பு நிறைய வேறு இதோடு சேர்ந்து கருவிகளோடு சேர்ந்து மொழிபெயர்ப்பு செய்கிறது. இதுவும் வந்து சுற்றுச்சூழல் கான்டெக்ட்ஸை பொறுத்து அது மொழிபெயர்ப்பு செய்து தரக்கூடியது. அடுத்து DeepL டிரான்ஸ்லேட்டர். இது வந்து இதனுடைய முக்கியத்துவம் என்னென்னா, அந்த சில ஆங்கிலம், ஜெர்மன், ஃப்ரெஞ்சு, ஸ்பானிஷ், இத்தாலியன், ரஷ்யன் இந்த மொழிகளில் யூரோப்பியன் லாங்குவேஜஸில் இது வந்து கான்சன்ட்ரேட் பண்ணுது. அதனால் குறிப்பிட்ட மொழிகளில் நிபுணத்துவம் பெற்றிருக்கிறது. அடுத்து இதுவும் வந்து கான்டெக்சுவல் அக்யூரேசியை கொடுக்கும் அப்படின்னு சொல்கிறாங்க. நெக்ஸ்ட் லிங்குவா அப்படிங்கிறது என்ன அப்படின்னு சொன்னான்னா, இருமொழி மொழிபெயர்ப்புகள். 2 மொழியில் மொழிபெயர்ப்பு செய்யக்கூடியது. பல மொழிகள்லேயும் அது செய்யக்கூடிய திறன் கொண்டது. சூழ்நிலைக்கு உட்படுத்தப்பட்ட மொழிபெயர்ப்பாக இருக்குது. எப்படின்னு சொன்னான்னா, இப்போ செல்லுங்கிறது ஒரு வேர்டு தான். அந்த செல்லுங்கிற வேர்டு வந்து ஜுவாலஜியில் வந்து உயிரணு, ஃபிசிக்ஸில் பேட்ரி கிடையாது, மின்கலம். நான் தப்பாக எழுதியிருக்கேன். மின்கலம். வரலாறில் வந்து ஜெயில் அல்லது சிறை என்ற சொல் இருக்குது. அடுத்து சாதாரணமாக தொடர்பியலில் வந்து கைபேசி அப்படின்னு இருக்குது. இனி நிறைய சொற்கள் வந்து அது அந்தந்த பாடத்துக்கு ஏற்ப அதனுடைய பொருள் மாறுபடும். அதனால தான் அந்த கான்டெக்ட்ஸு இந்த சூழலுக்கு உட்படுத்தப்பட்ட மொழிபெயர்ப்பு தான் சிறந்த மொழிபெயர்ப்பாக இருக்கும். இல்லைன்னு சொன்னால் அடுத்து நான் ஒரு எடுத்துக்காட்டு சொல்வேன். நான் டிரான்ஸ்லேட் பண்ணது இருந்தது. அந்த எடுத்துக்காட்டு சொல்லும் பொழுது அது புரியும். அடுத்த ஒன்று யாண்டெக்ஸ் டிரான்ஸ்லேட். இதுவும் ஒரு மொழிபெயர்ப்புக்காக. இது இயந்திர வழியாக கற்றல் வழிமுறை அடுத்து பேச போகிறாங்க. கற்றல் கற்பித்தலை பற்றி அந்த கற்றல் வழிமுறைகளை வந்து மொழிபெயர்ப்பு செய்கிறதுல இதுவும் ஆர்டிஃபிஷியல் இன்டெலிஜென்ஸ் செயற்கை நுண்ணுணர்வை கொண்டு தான் இதுவும் மொழிபெயர்ப்பை நடத்துகின்றது. அடுத்து மேட் டிரான்ஸ்லேட்டு. இது வந்து இதில் வந்து உலாவினா எங்கேயாவது பார்த்து இது பண்ணுற அந்த உலாவி நீட்டிப்பு மொழிபெயர்ப்பு இதனுடைய சிறப்பு அம்சம். இணையதளத்திலையும் இது மொழிபெயர்ப்பினை வழங்கக்கூடியதாக இருக்கின்றது. அது பாபகோங்கிறது ஆசிய மொழிகள்னால் என்னென்ன இருக்குதுன்னு சொன்னோன்னா, ஆசியாவில் நான் என்னென்ன மொழிகள்னு கொடுக்கல, மறந்துட்டேன். அந்த ஆசிய மொழிகளுடைய மொழிபெயர்ப்பில் நிபுணத்துவம் பெற்றிருக்கிறது. மற்ற அடுத்து வந்து ஒரு இண்டிவிஜுவல் லெக்சிக்கல் ஐட்டத்துக்கு ஒவ்வொரு சொல்லுக்கான விளக்கத்தை அது கொடுக்கக்கூடிய வகையில் இந்த பாப்பகோ டிரான்ஸ்லேட் இருக்குது. அடுத்து பாபிலோன் டிரான்ஸ்லேட்டர். இந்த பாபிலோன் டிரான்ஸ்லேட்டருடைய முக்கியத்துவம் என்னென்னா ஆவண மொழிபெயர்ப்பு. ஆவணம் அப்படிங்கிறது ஒரு பெரிய டெக்ஸ்ட்டு, உங்களுடைய ரிசர்ச் பேப்பரையோ இல்லை ஒரு புஸ்தகத்தில் இருக்கிற ஒரு சாப்டரையோ நீங்கள் கொடுத்தீங்கன்னு சொன்னோன்னா அது மொழிபெயர்ப்பு செய்து கொடுத்தோம். அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து புலம் சார்ந்த மொழிபெயர்ப்பு, டொமைன். சார் வந்து முன்னாடி ஒரு ப்ராஜெக்ட் பண்ணார். அது வந்து அக்ரிகல்ச்சர் டேர்ம்ஸு அது மாதிரி தனித்தனியான ஒரு ஸ்பெசிஃபிக் டொமைன் அது சார்ந்த மொழிபெயர்ப்புன்னு அது கொடுக்கும். அந்த மாதிரியான ப்ராஜெக்ட் தான் பேராசிரியர் கொஞ்சம் நாளைக்கு முன்னாடி, சில வருடங்களுக்கு முன்னாடி அதை செஞ்சார். அடுத்து வந்து 12th ஒன்று மை மெமரி டிரான்ஸ்லேட். இது வந்து ஒரு தேடுபொறி இருக்குது. அந்த தேடுபொறியை வச்சு நம்மளுக்கு அந்த ஈக்குவலன்ஸ்னு சொல்லக்கூடிய அந்த ஈக்குவலன்ஸை வந்து நம்மளால் தேட முடியும். பரந்த அளவிலான மொழிகள், நிறைய மொழிகள் இதில் வந்து நம்ம மொழிபெயர்ப்பு செய்யலாம். இது தவிர அடுத்து இது வந்து நம்மளுக்கு ஃப்ரீயாக கொடுக்கக்கூடிய இலவசமாக நம்மளுக்கு கிடைக்கக்கூடிய டிரான்ஸ்லேஷன் டூல்ஸு. இந்த டூல்ஸை வந்து நீங்கள் பதிவிறக்கம் செய்து உங்களுடைய டெக்ஸ்டையோ எதையோ நீங்கள் வந்து இது பண்ணலாம். ஏன்னா நிறைய பேர் கூகுள் டிரான்ஸ்லேஷன் கூட தெரியாமல் இருக்கிறவங்க இருக்காங்க. ஆனால் இந்த 12 உங்களுக்கு இலவசமாக கிடைக்கின்றது. இதை பயன்படுத்தி உங்களுடைய மொழிபெயர்ப்புகளை நீங்கள் செய்து கொள்ளலாம். இது தவிர இந்த 12 தானா இல்லை அப்படின்னா இன்னும் நிறைய இருக்குது. இது தவிர SOL, ட்ரோ ஸ்டுடியோ, மேட்கேப், ஃப்ளாக்ஸ், புளியன்சி நவ், மெமோ சோர்ஸ், டிரான்ஸ்லேட் கேஜ், மெமோ கியூ, ஜனதா, ப்ரோஸ், வேட் ஃபாஸ்ட் ப்ரோ, ஸ்மார்ட் கேட், சிஸ்டம் டிரான்ஸ்லேட், மேஜிக் சர்ச், IATA, ஒமேகா டி, மேட், ஈட் போன்ற மொழிபெயர்ப்பு கருவிகளும் பயன்பாட்டில் உள்ளன. அது சிலர் வந்து நம்ம சோபா மாதிரி ஆட்கள் வந்து அதெல்லாம் பயன்படுத்திகிட்டு இருப்பாங்க. நிறைய பேருக்கு வந்து இத்தனை மொழிபெயர்ப்பு கருவிகள் இருக்கின்றன என்பது கூட தெரிகிறதுக்கான வாய்ப்புகள் இல்லை. இது வந்து மொழிபெயர்ப்பாளர்கள் அடிப்படையில் மிக வேகமாக மொழிபெயர்ப்பு செய்யணும்னா இந்த கருவிகளை பயன்படுத்தலாம். ஆனாலும் கூட இந்த மொழிபெயர்ப்பு கருவிகளை வைத்து மொழிபெயர்க்கும் போது சிக்கல்கள் இருக்கின்றன. நானும் மதுரை காமராஜர் பல்கலைக்கழகத்தில் So this is the Google translation. So I am doing translation for biotechnology professors. They used to write small essays on HIV, plastic, like that. So they give those essays to me to translate. So basically they will put it in Google and give it to me. So I used to correct them and give it to them. And this is a part of that one. I am doing that translation work. This is Google translation to that passage. I select those technical terms and used to translate with many dictionaries, even with the help of Google Translate. When it translates a text, it will transliterate. When we search in a dictionary, it will give correct words. So I select the words from that passage, and first thing I used to translate like that. So these are the technical terms they used in that passage. Apart that, Google transliterate those things, and I try to find out the Tamil words. Ingestion is like in, like that it will translate. It's all transliteration. So most of the words, technical words, Google transliterate. Even for fasting, the word negili is standardized. Common people are using negili for plastic, but Google is still translating. When it is working with the text, it translates as plastic, plastic, like that. When it comes to dictionary, Google dictionary, it gives the correct word negili. Negili. So, when we give a text to Google to translate, sometimes it tries to transliterate. Even the standardized words, it transliterate. So we cannot go with that translation. There is no purpose or there is no thing in that translation. If we translate with correct Tamil words, then it will be useful. It is meaningful also. So what we are doing is, first they used to put the text in the Google Translate and Microsoft Translate and give it to me. I used to search the technical terms, biotechnology, like chemistry. I am not expert in that. So I used to sit with an expert and they used to explain the meaning of that word, and I used to find out with the help of the dictionary the correct technical terms. Likewise, still I am working with the biotechnology professors in translating essays, which are very much concerned with the public HIV, the use of plastic, like that only. This is the one, plastic. So likewise, one more thing is, we have to look for the context. I also translated the commerce book, Melanme, across certain words. So in that, cell culture is translated as cell kalachar. This is in biotechnology. Biotechnology, cell culture means different. Their culture is valarpu. It's a conditional growth. Conditional, அதாவது ஒரு சூழலுக்கு உட்பட்டு இந்த டார்க் ரூம் சொல்லுவாங்க, அந்த டார்க் ரூமில் வச்சு அதை வந்து வளர்க்குறது வந்து செல் கல்ச்சர்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. ஆனால் கூகுள் எப்படி அப்படின்னு டிரான்ஸ்லேட் பண்ணுறது, அங்கே வந்து பயோடெக்னாலஜியில் கலாச்சாரம் என்னது, அதை எப்படி மொழிபெயர்ப்பு செய்யலாம்ங்கிறத உயிரணு, செல்லுங்கிறதுக்கு பயோடெக்னாலஜியில் உயிரணுங்கிற வார்த்தை இருக்கிறது. உயிரணு வளர்ச்சி சூழலில் வளர்க்கக்கூடியது, அதனால் அது உயிரணு வளர்ச்சி அப்படிங்கிறத நம்ம பண்ணலாம். கொடுக்கும்போது பிளாஸ்டிக்னு எழுதுது, ஆனால் தனியாக அந்த டிக்ஷனரியில் போய் தேடும்போது நெகிழின்னு கொடுக்குது. அப்போ அதை எடுத்து நம்ம இங்கே பயன்படுத்துகிறோம். பிறகு இன்வென்டார் அப்படிங்கிறது இதில் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் ஸ்டடீஸில் என்ன பொருளில் வரும் அப்படின்னு சொன்னான்னா, கூகுள் என்னது புது மொழிபெயர்ப்பு செய்திருக்குது. அது வந்து மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் சைஸில் அது வந்து பொருந்தி வராது. எனவே அதை என்ன செய்கிறோம், கண்டுபிடிப்பாளர், அந்த கண்டுபிடிப்பாளர் வந்து இன்வென்டர் என்று சொல்லுது. அடுத்து இன்னொன்று இருந்தது டிரான்ஸ்நேஷ்னல், அந்த ஒரு சொல் கட்டாயமாக சொல்லணும். டிரான்ஸ்நேஷ்னல்னு ஒவ்வொரு நாடுகளுக்கு இடைப்பட்ட, அது எப்படி மொழிபெயர்ப்பு அப்படின்னு சொன்னான்னா, திருநங்கை தேசிய, திருநங்கை தேசிய என்று டிரான்ஸ் இன்டர்நேஷ்னல் அப்படிங்கிறத வேர்ட் டு வேர்ட் டிரான்ஸ்லேஷன் மாதிரி, டிரான்ஸுங்கிறது திருநங்கை என்றும் நேஷனலுங்கிறத பிரித்து தேசிய அப்படின்னு மொழிபெயர்ப்பு செய்திருக்கு. அது டிரான்ஸ்நேஷ்னல், நாடுகளுக்கு இடையே, அதுதான் வந்து டிரான்ஸ்நேஷ்னல் அப்படிங்கிறது. ஆமாம், இது வந்து இந்த கருவிகள் எல்லாம் மிக வேகமாக நம்மளுக்கு மொழிபெயர்ப்பு செய்வதற்கு உறுதியளிக்கின்றது. ஆனால் அதனுடைய தரம் அதுக்கு நுட்பம், எல்லா மொழிபெயர்ப்பு கருவிகளும் நாங்கள் துல்லியமாக மொழிபெயர்க்கிறோம் அப்படின்னு சொல்கிறாங்க. சொன்னாலும் கூட இது மாதிரியான பிரச்சனைகள் நிறைய இருக்குது. அதனால் இந்த மொழிபெயர்ப்பு கருவிகளை நாம் பயன்படுத்தினாலும் கூட அதற்கான ஏன் வந்து தப்பாக பண்ணது இல்லைன்னா மொழிபெயர்ப்பு செய்து அப்படின்னு சொன்னான்னா, அதுக்கான தரவகம் கார்பஸ் இல்லை, அகராதிகள் நிறைய இல்லை. அதனால தான் அது வந்து தப்பாக மொழிபெயர்ப்பு செய்யுது. அப்போ நம்ம என்ன செய்யணும் அப்படின்னு சொன்னான்னா, இப்போ சிஎஸ்டிடி செய்கிற மாதிரி நிறைய கலைச்சொற்களை ஆக்கி அதற்கு தரவகமாக கொடுக்கணும். அப்படி தரவகமாக கொடுக்கும் பொழுது அது வந்து அந்த டிரான்ஸ்லேஷன் டூல்ஸ் இருக்கு இல்லையா, அதை எடுத்துக்கிட்டு அது நம்மளுக்கு சரியான மொழிபெயர்ப்பினை கொடுக்கும். அப்போது அந்த கலைச்சொற்களை எப்படி ஆக்குவது அப்படிங்கிறதுக்கு சில முறைகள் இருக்கின்றன. அது வந்து ஃபார்மலாக எப்படி பண்ணுறது அப்படிங்கிறது தான் இந்த 5 வழிகள். அதில் பழஞ்சொற்களை பயன்படுத்துதல், ஐயா முத்துவேலையா சொல்லும்போது கூட ஆவணம் என்கிற சொல், டாக்குமெண்ட் இருக்க ஆவணம்ங்கிற சொல்லு வந்து அந்த பழைய இலக்கியங்களில் இருக்குது அப்படின்ட்டு சொன்னாங்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் அந்த சொற்பொருள் விரிவு ஒரு ரூட் எடுத்துக்கிட்டு அவரே நிறைய காமிச்சார். அதிலிருந்து நிறைய சொற்களை உருவாக்குறது, புது சொல் படைப்பு, அதை நாமெல்லாம் நிறைய செஞ்சோம். அடுத்து மொழிபெயர்ப்பு, கடன்படுதல். இது வந்து இதனுடைய விளக்கங்கள், அதனுடைய கடன் இது ஓட்டி விடுங்கப்பா. அதான் இதை வந்து பழஞ்சொற்களை எப்படி பயன்படுத்துறது அப்படிங்கிறதுக்கு அதற்கான எடுத்துக்காட்டுகள். அடுத்து சொற்பொருள் விரிவுங்கிறதுக்கு எப்படிங்கிறதுக்கு, அடுத்து வந்து தொலைபேசி, அது அந்த சொற்களை எப்படி ஆக்குறது, இந்த பேசிங் தொலைங்கிறத வச்சுக்கிட்டு எப்படி, அதுக்கப்புறம் மொழிபெயர்ப்பு, அதுதான் நம்ம அதிகமாக செய்கிறோம். அடுத்து வந்து கடன்பது. சில சமயங்கள் நம்மளுக்கு பொருளே கிடைக்கல அப்படின்னு சொன்னான்னா நம்ம முதல்ல கடன் வாங்கிக்கிட்டு, கம்ப்யூட்டர் அப்படி தான், அதுக்கப்புறம் தான் அது கணினி ஆச்சு. அது மாதிரியாக அதை நம்ம கடன் வாங்கியும் பயன்படுத்தலாம். இது மாதிரி நிறைய முறைகள் இருக்கின்றன. இந்த சொற்களை ஆக்கி அதை வந்து தரவகமாக கொடுத்தால் இந்த மொழிபெயர்ப்பு கருவிகள் நம்மளுக்கு மிக உதவியாக இருக்கும். அது மிக விரைவாக நம்ம மொழிபெயர்ப்பு செய்யவும் பயன்படும். எனக்கு இந்த வாய்ப்பினை நல்கிய சாக்ஸ் காலேஜ் சாய் சத்யாவுக்கும் முதல்வர்களுக்கும் அதனுடைய தாளாளர்களுக்கும் உங்களையெல்லாம் பார்ப்பதற்கான ஒரு அருமையான வாய்ப்பினை ஏற்படுத்தி கொடுத்த எங்களுடைய பேராசிரியர் நண்பர் கிருஷ்ணநாத் அவர்களுக்கும், மெர்சிக்கும், வினோதினிக்கும் மற்றும் அவர்களோட சாக்ஸ் காலேஜில் நிறைய பேர் இந்த ஒர்க் ஷாப்புக்கு வந்த பொழுதும் சரி, இப்பொழுதும் சரி வேகமாக செயல்பட்டு கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள். அவர்களுக்கும், பொறுமையாக என்னுடைய உரையை கேட்ட உங்களுக்கும் என்னுடைய நன்றியும் வணக்கத்தையும் தெரிவித்து விடைபெறுவதில் மிக்க மகிழ்ச்சி அடைகின்றேன். நன்றி.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for listing out the several tools for translation and explaining its procedure. Let's move forward with the next session on the topic, role of technical terms in mission and manual translation. I request our director, ma'am, to felicitate the last speaker of the day, Dr. Shobha L., Member, Research Staff, AU KBC Center, Madras Institute of Technology. It is my privilege to introduce the speaker. Dr. Shobha has been a key figure in research and product development at the AU KBC Research Center, focusing on natural language understanding and processing. She has been involved in various international collaborations and has received recognitions for her work, including Erasmus Plus, Teaching Fellowship, and Erasmus Mundus International Scholar. With over 130 publications in journals and conferences, Dr. Shobha is respected authority in the domain. Additionally, she is actively engaged in consultancy projects, working with organizations like Microsoft and Oxford University Press. Dr. Shobha has led substantial research projects including the ongoing discourse integrated mission translation between Dravidian languages. Her impact extends to product development, including the creation of Anil Chatboard for e-governance in Tamil Nadu. Welcome you, ma'am.
Everyone, and my first and foremost, I like to thank all the organizers and my friends, my long-term research collaborator, Professor Girish Najja, Renuka Devi. Professor Renuka Devi is my teacher come colleague from my MPhil days. So it's an honor to be here in SA College. I was just telling the director ma'am that it is like homecoming when I come to SA College. So thank you all, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. But before I could start this talk, I heard Renuka Devi talking about all the tools that is being used for technical translation, that is that machine translation systems. So what I am going to give you is that what is that is going into the machine for translating, and what's the difference between a manual translation as well as the machine translation. So technical terms play a major role in machine translation as well as in manual translation. For example, if you take the word solution, think about translating it in the realm of normal text, in the normal domain, taking it into the solution, the word into the domain of mathematics, probability or statistics, and then to chemistry. So one word having different meaning in different domains. It's not the context, it is the domain. So domain terms which are technical as well as non-technical so that needs to be understood by the system as well as by our cognitive system. So this is where we fail sometimes, both in the manual as well as in machine translation. So to come to go into this talk, I would like to start by defining what is translation, what is terminology, what is technical terminology, and how that can be taken up in manual as well as machine translation. So it's a maybe a little digression from the rest of some of the talks, which where I will be talking some of the technicalities in machine translation. So translating a text, we all feel that, even I used to feel it, what is there in translation? I can just translate given if I know the source language and the target language. But when you actually sit with the translation, it's very difficult. Even if you have big dictionaries, even if you have internet to help you, whether the Google or the any translation system, if you have it in your hand, it is difficult for you to translate, because you won't get the exact meaning that is being said in the source language. And many of these is mainly because the contextuality that the sentence or the text gives will not be able to understand. It is when we translate as a human, we won't translate just sentence by sentence. We take the entire context or the whole sentence or the whole paragraph into consideration, and then understand the previous and the entire scenario, and then translate. But when it goes into machine translation, it takes into sentence by sentence and translate it. At present, even Google does it in that sense. That's why Google Translate has some defect. But what we are trying to do in the present project is that we are taking this sentence level translation beyond the sentence and taking it into the paragraph level. So context and level of specialization for a technical text can vary. So that variation is something which we need to understand while translation. So defining what is a technical term. Technical terminology refers to terms or phrases with specific meanings whose use is restricted to that certain field. So whether, as said, in water resources or in civil engineering, in mechanical engineering, everywhere, that context has to be known, that each word has its meaning in that context. These vocabularies usually make communication between peers, that is, among professionals in that particular field, concise. How we communicate between the same group of people is because that we are able to speak the same lingo or the words in that domain. So that makes it, for example, the pelvis is a medical terminology referring to the hip bone. So that pelvis is a technical term for that domain. Translating technical text requires a good grasp of technical terms. Unless you have a full grasp of the technical terms in that domain, you will not be able to do a fair deal with the translation. So it defines the meaning of the word in a particular context in that field of knowledge. It should be clear and unambiguous. So when we are making a technical term translate into another language, that is from English or from Latin words which we have in our science, when we take it into the other language, for example for Malayalam or Tamil, then that word should be unambiguous. That's the main thing that we need to say when we create a new word from the word that is existing with certain meaning or certain definition in a particular context. We need to make it unambiguous and very clear. There should not be any kind of ambiguity coming into that term. So that is one major rule that we should have while we are creating technical terminologies. Technical terminologies, as opposed to the common words of common speech, should have a one-to-one correspondence. That is, each word should have only one specific meaning so that there is no ambiguity about the meaning it conveys. So coming to what is technical term, then technical terms can be described as a set of words used when communicating information concerning technical subjects. A set of words shared by different subject fields such as physics, chemistry, engineering, etc. is considered as general technical terms. So this is the definition that we follow when we are making technical terms. And now coming to technical translation and literal translation. Technical translation and literal translation are two distinct approaches employed in the field of language translation. Technical translation prioritizes accuracy, precision in conveying specialized content such as scientific, medical or engineering documents. It focuses on maintaining the integrity of technical terminology, ensuring that the target audience apprehends complex concepts exactly as intended by the specialized translators. This approach involves rephrasing sentences to adhere to the linguistic norms of the target language while preserving the original meaning. So, this technical translation is difficult compared to the other translation because when you have a technical document in toto, that is, you have to know exactly what should follow and what should not follow. Okay, and it should be coherent. Only then you can have the continuity of that text, or we call it as discourse. So to maintain the continuity, you have to have certain parameters like in English but, whereas and others. But in technical writing, we may not be able to use these words frequently. Okay, so we need to have the language of technical writing is completely different. Whereas in a literal translation, which is actually one-to-one translation, that is one word-to-word translation, that will not be as precise as what we do in technical translation. And this method might be suitable for basic communication. Suppose I am translating the talk that between other members going on. When I am translating that, it can be word to word, or to some extent it can be a abstraction of whatever we have talked. So there need not be that much precision and clarity. So literal translation do not require, but it often doesn't capture the depth and context of the original text, leading to awkward or confusing phrasing. So translating technical text involves translating materials or document produced by experts in the field that use specialized terminologies. It entails translating text in scientific field and other technical terminology laden subjects. Content translation in these particular fields requires in-depth knowledge of the subject matter and specific skills sets. The technical translator must have special training and exceptional translation skills. The demands of technical language translation are unique and higher than other type of translation. So translating technical text is costlier and more time consuming than simple content translation task. Now you may think that why I am talking about translation here in detail rather than talking about the technical terms. Where are we using these technical terms in our language? It is mainly in making the content from one language to another language, or producing new content in the same language. That is where we are using technical terms. So knowing what we are doing in translation is very much needed for creating the technical term. So now I will take you through the machine translation, which Professor Renuka Devi has listed nearly 10 to 12 translation system that we all use in our regular translation. Even to know what is the meaning of one sentence that you hear in a lyric or in a cinema song, what is the meaning of that in our language, we use Google Translate. So all these are at the back end having machine translation, where the system translate what man does, human does, sorry, not man, human does. So we know to know what is a translation, an act of carrying across the meaning of a text from one language to another. What exactly we do in translation is we are decoding the text in the source language, that is the language in which the text is written, and you are re-encoding this meaning in the target language. That is, we are converting the source language into a target language. It is not just substitution of words or the language grammar, it has much more than that. When it is a technical translation, when you have to have more of, the knowledge of technical subject, and then you imbibe whatever you have imbibed in that domain, you use it in the translation. Whereas when you are translating it from a normal text or a text on any festival like Deepavali, you should know and understand what the Deepavali is and what are the festivity there it is. You cannot just say that Deepavali means festival of lights, which we all tend to say that, but it is much more than that. The word Deepavali itself is highly loaded, and that is the pragmatics that is having. That is the extra knowledge other than the word or the language has it. So that is the complex cognition that we have, which we will use in our manual translation. The translator needs in-depth knowledge of the source text and the target language. So when human translation is doing, the human has to know both the source and the target language very much. So very well, so that he can decode and re-encode very well. Coming to machine, here the role of human is being given to the machine. So through a series of process, the source language is analyzed by the machine, and then after analysis, it is converting the source language into a target language using a software. So the software has to understand the source language analysis and then convert it into the target. This is a field in computational linguistics, and solving this problem can be through statistical methods, neural methods, and its history goes back to Second World War. Machine translation did not come in the after this ChatGPT or anything. It started between Russian and English translation way back in the Second World War. So that time it was a rule-based system, and they just thought that substituting words can give the translation, but that's much more than that. And now we have come up to the level of neural machine translation, which is the one which you see in Google and other translation systems, which Professor Renuka Devi has explained. So I'm giving you a list of different types. This is the history of machine translation. Started with rule-based machine translation system, then became the transfer-based machine translation system, interlingual machine translation system, where there is a pivot language, which is an abstract language to which the source language is converted, and then the target language is produced from that. Then dictionary-based machine translation, example-based machine translation, where examples from target language and source language is parallelly aligned, and that is used for translation. Then we came across statistical machine translation in the early 2000, towards the beginning of 2010. Then we brought in the hybrid machine translation, and recently in 2019 we came up before coming out. So these are the machine translation systems that we have, and what is lacking here in these machine translation systems? The main thing that is we are facing is that it does not understand the technical terms. Some examples earlier speaker Professor Renuka Devi has shown, like cell culture. This is a technical term. This cannot be handled by these machine translation, specifically because we are not giving that information. So in machine translation, everything, whether it is a grammatical information or pragmatic information, as I said, or this kind of information that it is a technical term, has to be fed to the system in one form or the other. Then only the system can take it forward and translate. So it uses either large set of rules, as in rule-based system, or it will have corpus. That is, I need to have parallel data there, which can be used for training the system and make the system work. So either we need a set of rules collection or a large language corpus. Rule-based system manually developed. So rule-based system, you have to sit and craft rules, manually craft each and every rule, and then program it, and the system will take. Whereas in deep learning, uses large language parallel corpus and make the language model, and then use give the output. In all this, term tagging and other features are needed. Okay. Disadvantages of rule-based system: it is not, you cannot scale it up, because everywhere manual intervention is needed to write the rules. So you need to have every now and then with as the domain. Suppose we have a set of rules developed for physics translation, then you may have to come up with another set of rules for chemistry and yet another for biology. So as the domain changes, you need to bring more and more terms into it. It is true of social sciences or even for newspaper or entertainment. It's time consuming for implementation. Portability from one domain to another is difficult. Disadvantage of deep learning system or the neural machine translation system is we need large language corpus, which is not there for Indian languages. That is our major deficit, and that is where we are all trying to come up with translation of courses, NPTEL courses, UGC courses. All this we are translating into 22 Indian languages and bringing that corpus in technical writing. That is very much needed for system building. Then what is the relevance of machine translation and technical terms? The system should know technical terms, okay, much in advance, so that system can flag when it goes to the dictionary to take the target language equivalent, not to the normal bilingual dictionary that we gave, go to the technical term dictionary and see the equivalent in the target language. So tagging the corpus with the technical term is very much important. That is where the dictionaries that are developed by CSTT is going to help us. We can, as soon as your system gets the document, that is, input to the system is a document, and then the system takes one sentence at a time and processes it. That's how the process goes in all the machine translation system. So as soon as the system gets the document, it can identify the domain, and using the domain dictionary of technical terms, it can tag all the technical terms. So suppose the previous example I said solution. If it is in the chemistry domain, it will say that it is a domain specific term and don't take it to the normal dictionary for solution translation. Okay. So technical terms are of two types. One is technical terms are of two, that is, one is a technical term and another is the domain term. Technical terms can be named entities as well as domain terms, whereas domain terms cannot be named entity. So I will define what is a named entity. Named entity is an object or a set of objects in the world which are unique. There will be only one representation of that particular word in any world. In the real world, that alone will be having that name. That particular rigidity is called rigid designators. So rigid designators denotes the same thing in all possible worlds in which the same thing exists and does not designate anything else in those possible worlds in which that same thing does not exist. For example, India is a name entity which is understood as same in all domains. Whether you take it to the domain of news, domain of entertainment, domain of science and technology, India remains as India. It will not have any other meaning. So that is named entity. So for some examples of named entity, that is Indira Gandhi International Airport is a named entity. It can only be that airport that is international. Indira Gandhi Airport can only be one, whereas domain term is acceleration. Acceleration in physics is a domain term. Okay, so when you have physics documents, acceleration has only one meaning there. Velocity, for example, is a domain term. Viscosity is a domain term. So this is the difference between the domain term and the named entity. Whereas named entity, you can say that phosphorylation is a named entity in chemistry. Whereas same as a school name like Good Shepherd School can be only one school which will be represented at least in that city, as there cannot be any other. So that's a named entity. So the major task that we have in a machine translation system is identifying the domain term and the named entity. Integration, subtraction, all these are domain terms in mathematics. They are not named entity because they have some other meaning in another world, that is in the world of normal documents other than the technical. So what I wanted to say here today is that we need to have technical terms which are very much needed both for manual translation as well as for machine translation. For machine translation it is much more important because the system has to identify. Even in named entity, we need to know that which part of the named entity needs to be translated and which need not be. For example, Anna University is translated as Anna Palkalaikkazhagam. So it's a named entity which is only, Anna University is only one, it has many other campuses, but it is only one, it's a university. That Anna is a personal name and university is a translation. University can be translated to various languages like Palkalaikkazhagam in Tamil, Sarvakalashala in Malayalam and Kannada, even in Telugu, and it can be translated to other language in its respect, whereas Anna cannot be translated. So even in Madurai, Mani Iyer, Madurai cannot be translated, Mani Iyer cannot be translated. So in named entity itself there is a translation part and a non-transliteration part. Everything cannot be transliterated. So this is the major use of technical terms in machine translation, and this needs to be done with great precision and thought. It cannot be just we coin new words to be coined with certain principles that we were discussing about that principles few days back, and that also the technical experts have to have the knowledge of the language to which we are developing it. With this, I thank everyone for giving me this opportunity, and nice meeting you all, and have a nice evening. Thank you. Any questions? I can. Okay then, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Those who have to claim TA, please stay back. Okay? Travel allowance.
முதல் நாள் கருத்தரங்க அமர்வு நிறைவடைகிறது. இரண்டாம் நாள் கருத்தரங்க அமர்வில் தினமலர் நாளிதழில் மாணவர்களுக்கான பல்வேறு தலையங்கங்களை எழுதி புகழ்பெற்ற பத்திரிகையாளர் வெங்கடேஷ் அவர்கள் நாளை அமர்வில் பேச இருக்கின்றார்கள். அவர்களைத் தொடர்ந்து அமுதசுரபி என்கிற அற்புதமான இதழ் ஆசிரியர் திருப்பூர் கிருஷ்ணன் அவர்கள், கீவாஜா அவர்களோடு நெருங்கி பழகியவர், பல தமிழறிஞர்களோடு உறவாடி மொழிபெயர்ப்பிலே களம் கண்டவர் திருப்பூர் கிருஷ்ணன் அவர்களும் நாளை அமர்வில் பேச இருக்கின்றார்கள். அதைப் போலவே ஐடி என்று சொல்லப்படுகிற அந்த தகவல் தொழில்நுட்பத்தில் வல்லுநராக இருக்கக்கூடிய குவி ராஜேந்திரன் அவர்களும் பேச இருக்கின்றார்கள். நாளைய அமர்வு மிகச் சிறப்பாக அமையும். எனவே பேராளர்கள் அனைவரும் நாளைய அமர்விலும் இன்றை போல கலந்து கொண்டு சான்றிதழ்களை பெற்று பயனடையுமாறு வேண்டுகின்றோம். உங்களுக்கான பயணப்படி மற்றும் நாள்படி அதற்கான அந்த விண்ணப்ப படிவம் இப்போது வழங்கப்படும். எனவே வெளியூரில் இருந்து வருகை தந்திருக்கிற பேராளர்கள் இந்த அறையிலேயே காத்திருக்கும்படி அன்பு கட்டளையிடுகிறோம். மற்றவர்கள் சென்னை வாசிகள் இந்த முதல் அமர்வை நிறைவு செய்து தேநீர் இடைவேளைக்கு பிறகு நீங்கள் கலைந்து செல்லலாம். மீண்டும் நாளை சந்திப்போம். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
The refreshment is provided at the reception desk.